Okay, greetings everyone. I'm going to call the September 15th regular meeting of Chico Unified School District back into session. We have been in closed session, and there are no announcements to come out of closed session. So our next thing would be, let's see, should be flag salute, right? Yeah. Okay, flag salute. If we could all stand, please, and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the Thank you. Student reports.
Well, school is back in session. We've been in session for about a month now, and we have student activities that are resuming. And we wanted to ask some of our groups from our high schools to update the board on activities that are happening. So I'd like to introduce Mr. John Shepard, who is going to introduce some of our amazing students.
Thank you, Superintendent Staley. So we're extremely excited, as Superintendent Staley indicated, to be back in session. There are many wonderful things happening. And again, you're not here to listen to me, and I don't want to insult any adults in the room, but this is typically the best part of the meeting for me. I'd like to introduce some students from Chico High School in Pleasant Valley. I'd like them to introduce themselves, and they will talk with you about everything that's going on their campus in their realm. So we're going to start with Chico High School.
How's it going? My name is Alex. I'm a senior at Chico High School.
Hi, I'm Yanisha Gray. I'm a sophomore at Chico High School.
Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you for having us today. It's a great pleasure to be here. First off, I just wanted to talk about our mission statement about our club. Our club is acronym named the BSU, or the Black Student Union. And as our mission statement, we want to connect the students or connect ourselves with more of the community and to help us and help people understand the history of the Black community in the U.S. and the world, and develop voices and connections deep within our community of Chico, and to explore education opportunities and also, more importantly, I feel, is to do some activism and do some volunteer work in the city of Chico, as I feel that's something that is greatly needed in our community. And yeah.
To follow up on what Alex said here, we will have some fun activities to plan during our time here back as a club at Chico High. We will be partnering with Chico State and some other colleges, along with middle schools around the area, to just get the club out there and get what we need to do to focus on our stuff and what we need to do. Along with what he said with volunteering, we will be doing some volunteering work. We will be supporting Black-owned businesses in the area, and as he said on activism, we need to get our voice out there, and we will do so, and we will just work on that during our time.
There's a few key points with our group. That is the fun, education, volunteering, and activism. Fun, we plan on doing some field trips as typically outdoor field trips like hiking and all that, because we feel that that we should be connecting with nature as well as in our community. As Chico, nature is a big part of our community. And also further on, maybe later on, we'll be going to museums, sporting events, and the like. With education, we will be hoping to connect with Butte College and Chico State, as Spice said, and we will be also mentoring. That's something that we'll be trying to connect with the middle schools in our community, and see what we can help with there.
What he said, I just wanted to add what he said as mentoring. It's part of our volunteering program. So we will be like going around like mentoring kids or being tutors, and we'll be doing like all that stuff like middle school to like all the way back to elementary. So I just wanted to add on that.
Yeah, and also going with education will be try to help people like find STEM resources, because that's something we like to focus on, is STEM-related careers, as that is a big future of society. And yeah,
I think we
Yeah,
would like
yeah.
to open the floor to any questions at the moment.
yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes,
How many
Mr. Ma-
members are in your club?
As the moment, I am unclear, but we had just gained 20 new members to our,
2023, I think.
was it 20? It was really? I thought we added, okay. Yeah, but as of the moment, I am unclear, but we have recently added, as of this year, a fresh new amount of students to our group.
So the 20-something, that's just new members.
That's just new members,
Wow.
and that's not including our original members.
Hmm. I assume you have some non-Black students in the club also?
Very much
Yes,
so.
we do.
It is, we are open to allies, and we do not wish to,
Yeah.
segregate.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have, I know it's hard with our masks to tell who's talking. I'm thrilled that you're going to be talking with the middle school kids and mentoring there. I would like to encourage you to move down even further into taking a look at what you can do at the elementary level to begin to introduce the elementary kids to thinking about future, whether it's future education, just, I think it's important for them to begin to get a vision at that level, because there are many decisions that need to be made when they're in middle school. And if they haven't already have had an opportunity to take a look at and think about what you guys are presenting or what the middle school kids are presenting down to the elementary, that would be something I would encourage.
One more member, he's just going to say a quick hi. This is Mason. Introduce yourself.
Hey, sorry, my name is Mason Neubauer. I was a little late, so I'm sorry about that, but I'm one of the president candidates for the BSU, so.
He's a football player, so he's
Yeah. Basketball. Both, football and basketball.
Ms. Dalby?
Yeah, I'm super excited to hear about your goals this year. I think that it's great that you're going to get in the classrooms with the younger kids, and also love your connection with nature. I think that's a great goal for everybody to set, and just really be in tune with that, and it helps with our mindfulness and just really turn inward and unwind. I feel the same. I just wanted to make sure that you know that we as a board would love to hear from you if you ever have any need for assistance, or if there's any way we can support you in your efforts, to not hesitate ever to reach out to myself or anybody else up here. I'd love to help support you in any way that I can personally, for sure.
Thank you very much.
It means a lot to know that we have somebody that can help us with it, because I know that with me growing up in the way I did, like, it helps to know that somebody's there. And even when we're trying to do what we're trying to do, to know somebody's there for us, to help us, and have our backs helps a lot. So, and that's the reason why I try to get into this, because I know that there's kids that even are at my school and they're younger than me that feel like they're alone, So I really like that we can, feel like we have somebody behind us to help us.
It's also great to know that we have the backing of the board behind us and our efforts. It means a lot, to say the least.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us again.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, my name is Ali. I'm a junior this year at Chico High, and I'm part of the NAMI club on campus. I recently joined the club last year. I lost a friend to suicide actually last year, and that was the spark of everything, of me wanting to get involved, me wanting to be present. NAMI is an acronym. It stands for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and it was founded in 1979 by a group of people who had family members who were diagnosed with mental illness. On campus, our main goal is really reducing stigma. As of last year, or last semester, we had a lot of growth in that. We had posters all over campus. We had students wearing colors to show support. We had teachers hanging up posters. I was actually on the news for part of it, which was really cool. It was really good to see the publicity. We really needed it, and we're still hoping to continue that on campus. We are hoping to be the group on campus if anybody needs help that they go to, because I feel like on campus, students who do need help or know people who need help, they need a base to go to, someone that they can connect with to get resources, to get the help they need. And we're hoping to be that resource for people, help them get connected to the people who can really help them, or friends, family, anyone in a situation. Last week, we had our first club meeting of the year. We had over 20 new students join our club, and our presentation was talking about suicide awareness. We talked about potential reasons, signs to look for, and how to help. I actually brought some of the resources that we passed out at our last meeting. I'll show you guys those. We have our meetings every second Wednesday of the month from 11:40 to 12:30. One of the main goals in our club is we are trying to just not only create a safe space within the club, but on campus in general, within classrooms for like students, teachers, that kind of relationship, things like that, not only within the club, but the whole campus. And we're hoping to, or at least I know I am, hoping to expand not only from Chico High, but to middle schools, Chico Junior, Bidwell, Marsh, PV, other high schools, any sort of campus. I feel like there should be a safe space for students, and that's really what we're trying to show, is that there is a safe space. There is somewhere that kids can go to, or anyone, if they need help. We are that resource, and we're hoping to, back that and show people that we really are making an effort. And yeah, that's it.
Yes, Mr. Tennis.
I have a question for staff associated with what she's talking about with the safe space. What is the status on what do we call them, the quiet rooms, or the anybody know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think they're
we have an
whisper rooms
institution,
or
the
the
whisper
Zen
rooms, yes.
dens.
What's the status on the whisper rooms?
So we do have whisper rooms at several of our elementary sites. Those are used more for counseling services.
Okay.
And then some of our sites, and I don't know if Chico High does or not, but have larger rooms that are quiet spaces, and I think Chico High actually does.
That's what I was going to ask, if there is something like that, if that's what you're talking about, or in the realm of what you're talking about.
Yeah,
with
we're
safe space.
working.
And then how is that?
We're working on creating that right now. We just remodeled our library, which created, obviously, it gave a new sort of vibe to our library. It's definitely, I feel like, a good space to go to, as well as counselors. I know that those offices are always an open space. We're still in the process of creating some sort of a safe space, quiet room, something like that, but it's definitely something that's on my agenda and the club's as well. Yeah.
Are you hearing what you want to hear from the district and on that project?
From what I've heard nothing but support so far. I have not heard any, sort of discouragement or anything. From what I can tell, it's all support, which is amazing to hear. Obviously, as a student, I have friends, so many. I can speak for the student body. Everyone is really happy that there's support around this because it's a priority. We need it.
Thank you. Any other questions, board?
Yeah, same kind of thing. Just,
Ms. Dalby?
always reach out if there's anything that we can do to help support you. And also don't forget that your other clubs on your campuses are great allies. And I think that it's a great opportunity to cross-collaborate sometimes, reaching out to different student groups for certain things. Going on nature walks is good for mental health too. And it is 100% what you said, important that we destigmatize mental health awareness and talk about it. Let's make it a norm. That's what I've always stood by as a teacher, and I, support your efforts 100%. And then as a side note, sometimes I forget that we have high schoolers that are talking to us. Like, I'm just listening and I'm like, oh yeah, you're in high school. You carry yourself very well. So yeah, super impressed. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I have some cards I'd like to hand out to you guys, if that's okay.
Before you leave the microphone, you said something that was intriguing to me about wanting to not just target students, but everyone as far as the mental health needs. And I would suggest that you reach out to one of the adults on campus that's involved and ask them to give you the information on what's available for employees in this district in the way of mental health support, because many may not be aware. And so as you're getting the word out to people, you might include getting the word out to staff as well as the students.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think that that's needed. It should be just as much of a priority as it is for students. And just because students, the population, you know, the difference, there's more students than teachers, it should not make a difference between the need for help. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Molly Brown. I'm a senior at PV, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Saga School newspaper.
Hi, I'm Destiny Lee, and I'm also a senior at Pleasant Valley High School, and I am the news editor this year for the Saga.
And it's our pleasure to introduce you to this amazing club and group of students today. This is our second semester as an official club on campus, so we're still pretty new. But at the Saga, we believe that every individual student voice is really essential and is the biggest step in creating a unified and healthy school community. Our mission on campus is to serve as an outlet for students to express themselves and to make effective change in their communities. Last year, we only had a small group of about 20 to 25 staff writers, but this year our club has grown to over 41 staff members, which is really exciting. And we encourage all students to embrace the fact that they do have the capabilities to make a difference at our school. And our goal is just to provide all students with these opportunities for expression that will give them the voice and influence at PV that they deserve.
And we have gotten some wonderful feedback from not only staff members, but our students as well. And this summer, our principal, Mr. Whitaker, was kind enough to provide the funding for us to have our own professional website. So we are so excited to be able to have this new platform. And because we are an online newspaper, it's essential that we have this easily accessible and easily navigable website for all users. And so we are so excited to have this new editing system, and we can't wait to see what we can do with it. Additionally, we also would not be here today without the amazing support of our faculty advisor, Michelle Martin, who without her never-ending support, we would not be as prosperous and at this strong foundation that we have today, she puts every ounce of her time in trying to make the Saga a great place for students to feel confident and empowered to voice their own opinions, to be connected and stay connected with each other. So we're so excited and so lucky to have her. Thank you again so much for having us here today, and we are so excited to announce that our first official issue will be out next month. You can find it on pvsaga.org. We'll have new issues out every first week of every month.
Yeah, first week of every month, yeah.
We're so excited, and we're available to answer any questions you have now.
Board? Yes, Mr. Landau?
Less a question than a comment. I'm just really excited to see this Saga back.
Yeah.
I was the op-ed editor before you were born, which is a terrible thing to say. But when I heard that they were putting it out again, I was super excited. I read the issues as they come out. Thank you very much for, I think having an on-campus newspaper is so important to the body. So much I want to ask. What is your personal favorite or most interesting story that you guys have covered or posted so far?
So I was features editor last year, And one of our first feature was on Diversity Month and celebrating unity and diversity. So with that, we had students who had articles about their own personal experiences being an underrepresented group. So we had POC students speaking, LGBTQ students speaking, and so it was so exciting and empowering and inspiring to just see all that happening, and as the first issue also, so.
Yeah, that was definitely my favorite feature we ever did. The support that we got from faculty and the support that we got from a lot of students who came out and reached out to us was really, really, it was really exciting for us. And it was our first issue too, so we felt very proud of that.
Should be. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll second Mr. Lando as far as being really excited about seeing the saga come back to life. I looked forward to having it dropped on my desk at PV in the office. I was there for a couple of years, 30. And I know that your instructor has always just really supported this side of your creativity and oh, my microphone wasn't on. Anyway, looking forward to continuing to be involved with what you guys do, and we do all get copies of the saga as board members, so we are excited. And again, as Ms. Dalby asked some of the other students, if there's anything at all you need, and Mr. Whitaker hasn't come through with it, give us a call.
Thank you.
On that note too, the flip of that actually is, you know, we hear a lot from teachers and staff, and we hear a lot from community members at large and parents, and I think that the student voice is still underrepresented to the board, and so as, you know, people who disseminate the news, if there are issues that students feel strongly about, please remind your readers and help them navigate how to give us comments or how to reach out to us. Because, you know, I know that that's a really powerful thing, and I think as a news source, it's a really good thing to remember that you have the power to empower those individuals to reach out to people who can make a difference in your lives.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as you can tell, our future's in pretty darn good hands, and I do want to thank all of our students for being here tonight. I know you have busy schedules, but we appreciate you coming and sharing just a small part of your life at school with us. I also want to thank, we do have advisors, so the advisors that are working with these students, if you would please stand, because we want to be able to recognize you as well. Thank you so much. In fact, go ahead and just walk up and introduce yourselves very quickly so that we have a name and a face, and because we know this is extra time for you as well, so thank you.
Hi, I'm Joe Amati. I work at Chico High. I'm a school psychologist, and I'm the club advisor to NAMI. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Travis Chu, and I am the club advisor for the BSU.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Yolanda Young. I'm also an advisor for BSU at Chico High School. Hi, Kathy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we know you have busy lives and homework to do, so we will let you go now. I mean, you're welcome to stay, but you don't have to.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda and is the superintendent's report. Is there anything else, Madam Superintendent?
Yes. So one thing that we have learned over the course of the last 18 plus months, if we did not already know it before then, is the key role that our school nurses and health aides play in the school system. Our nurses have been absolutely crucial as we have navigated the challenges of COVID. And for this board meeting, both Diane and Tina work very closely with our nurses, and recognizing that our nurses have very, very busy schedules, and they'll talk about that a little bit. We want to talk about them, recognize them tonight, but they're going to have to actually come and get their canteens at another board meeting because this is a very busy time for our nurses, as we found out. So Diane and Tina.
So thank you for taking this time to recognize the nurses. We had planned tonight to recognize our school nurses. And school nurses, a lot of people don't realize that they're actually RNs. They're registered nurses. They have all the licensing that's required to work in a hospital, in public health, and in any other position that is for registered nurses. They have dedicated themselves to the health, welfare, and care of all of our students here in the district. They've been instrumental in our planning and our response and our protocols for the COVID cases, for the quarantine processes, and for contact tracing in our schools. Unfortunately, as Kelly said, not all of them were able to be here tonight because they're involved in other things that there are RN duties taken through, such as TB testing, in order to have all of our employees be able to continue to work and new employees come into the system. One of them was TB testing till about 10 minutes before the board meeting started tonight. Some of them are working with COVID testing for other agencies in the evenings and on weekends, and so they weren't able to be here. And they also help with contact tracing for current cases for our own schools late into the evenings and on the weekends. So these dedicated RNs have given so much of their time that is the reason we wanted to recognize them.
Thank you. I want to add just a little bit more to really acknowledging next meeting. We will look forward to fully recognizing our Chico Unified School nurses here with you. As Diane mentioned, tonight did not work out for all of them, but we really want them here to be with you and also to invite their families to come. As we all know, our families of anybody who works in the school system work along with us. And I have been proud and extremely humbled this past year and a half to work alongside our nurses. They are smart, kind-hearted, compassionate, and have all maintained a sense of calm these past many months. We look forward to all of you seeing the greatness we are fortunate to work with every day. I look forward to thanking them in person with all of you here too.
And we will have them there and give them their canteen, which I just learned you don't set up like bowling pins because they fall down like that too. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Staley. Next is announcements. Are there any announcements? Dr. Kaiser.
So the students have left, and I'm kind of sorry that I missed the opportunity, but we just had a major election in the state, and I was working the election for 10 days, 11 days, and we had a pretty consistent turnout. But the last election, I worked in the BMU, and we had a lot of student activities and even student employees. And so that's something I think that we probably don't encourage our students enough, that they could go and work in the election. They get a great experience, they get training, and they would get paid. So I think they have to be 18, but for some of our seniors, that would be a really good experience to see how it happens, because we still had people coming in who had various conspiracy versions of what was going to happen, you know, and so you're trying to educate people. And the other thing I just have to echo about the school nurses, having had a preemie born in Inlow, and our granddaughter tested positive after the birth with COVID, so nobody could go and be there with her. So the whole time it was, you know, it was the nurses who were providing that tender, loving care. So it was really important. So yes, definitely. So thank you for that.
Any other announcements? Mr. Moretti?
sorry.
Yes,
I
Caitlin?
just wanted to, because I feel like the recognition was a little anticlimactic, and I wanted to say thank you to our school nurses for your work, not just through COVID, but always. And school nurse aides, holy moly,
Yeah.
do they deal with a lot every
Yeah.
single day, and just give them a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Items from the floor, do we have any requests?
We
for-
have no items from the floor, no requests.
We do? We don't, okay. Okay, negotiations update, Mr. Hanlon?
So we have previously met with both CUTA and CSEA. We are close to a 3-year agreement, which I hope to be bringing forward our next meeting, or the one after that. And we will continue to meet. Our next meeting with CUTA is on September 22nd, and our next meeting with CSEA is on October 1st. So we plan sort of one of those years, because it's a potential 3-year agreement, where we'll have a tentative agreement at the beginning of the year, and we'll probably bring another one forward at the end of the year, which is more language-based issues rather than dollar issues. So kind of a separation of the two. But great progress with both groups.
Mr. Moretti, anything you want to add?
Nope.
Kuma has no report, right? I know you're not Kuma. Is there any public comment on this issue?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. Okay, next, item number 9, the consent calendar. This is the items that can be approved in one motion. Is there any discussion, or anyone would like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
I would like to pull 10.3.2. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. 4.1, I'm sorry, 4.1, certificated.
4.1?
Yes, 9.4.1, sorry.
We need to pull the minutes of the September 1st meeting. Mr. Tennis, you were not in attendance during that meeting, correct? Until after the meeting was over? Okay,
That
so.
is correct. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so we'll pull 9.1. Or no, I'm sorry, we'll pull 1.1.
1.1.
Huh? 911.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So 10.2.2, 9.1.1, and 4.1. Okay, do I have a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
So move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Dr. Kaiser has moved. Mr. Landau has seconded. We'll vote individually. Ms. Dalby?
And Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. That's unanimous. Thank you, Board. Okay, the first one would be 9.1.1, excuse me. This would be to approve the regular meeting minutes of August 25th first. Do I have a motion?
I move.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Dr. Kaiser,
You can't-
second by Mr. Tennis.
September 1st, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
It's August 20th.
Yeah, that was the September 1st meeting. All those in favor?
No, this is not the September 1st meeting. This is August 20th.
Right, we are
Okay,
voting
all right.
on the August 25th meeting, because both were pulled.
Yeah, both were pulled.
Yes. Okay, all those in favor of 8:25 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? None. That's unanimous. Now the September 1st minutes. I need a motion.
I move.
Second.
Okay, Member Dalby moved, and Member Landau seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Can we do
Aye.
that? Don't we have to do a voice?
We were unanimous on our last vote.
I know, but
I
he
was-
can't vote.
I have to recuse myself.
Right, well, you're just not voting. I think we can record you as a not voting. Okay, let's do it by individual.
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye.
Tennis, not voting.
Correct, thank you. 4-1. We didn't confuse her. Okay, she's, okay, 941.
Thank you. I just have one correction. I need to delete one of the resignations. Michelle Rose, the resignation date is incorrect. We'll bring it forward at the next meeting.
Thank you. So we'll strike it from the approval this time?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of approving 9.4.1 with that, no, actually, we're going to be tabling, or do we need to approve the rest of the action?
We can approve the rest of it. We just need to
Thank
delete
you.
that
We'll
one
table
name.
Michelle Rose for the next meeting and approve the rest of the items on human resources certificated. All those in favor, that would be good.
I move the acceptance of item 941 with the amendment from Mr. Hanlon.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Lando has moved, Dr. Kaiser has seconded. We will do this again by voice vote.
Dalby, aye.
Kaiser, aye.
Tennis, aye.
Lando, aye.
Robinson, aye. Okay, to 10.2.2. Why did I write down 10.2? Oh, okay, that was before we were corrected. Okay, we'll move on then to the discussion action calendar, number 10. This is the resolution 1548-21, the Williams textbook sufficiency for the 2021 school year. Mr. Marchand.
Yeah, so every year we come to the board to let you know that we have met the needs of our students with our textbooks and sufficiency. So my directors of elementary and secondary make sure they go to every principal, that goes to every department and every grade level to make sure that we have sufficient textbooks for every one of our students. And I want to let you know that we have met that standard.
Members, do you have any questions? Okay, I do need to open a public hearing for the Williams so I'll open the public hearing. Is there any public comment on this issue?
We have no signups for public comment.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing. Okay, do I have a motion? Board?
So move 10.1.1?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, let's have our vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Was unanimous. Thank you, board. Okay, the next item is informational only. It's a chance for Mr. Marchand to give us a state of the Chico Unified Schools since we've opened. Mr. Marchand, please.
Thank you, President. All right, so we're going to do, first of all, just go over some of our successes for our State of Our Schools update. Again, we want to be able to say the students are again following the mandate where they need to wear masks in our classrooms. They were doing a very good job of continuing to go to the classrooms and wear their mask, and we are still following the guidelines where they could go out at recesses in between the class times and not have their mask on at lunches. So far, we are having pretty good success with that. I want to also let you know we did add those 17 counselors, and those positions are filled. As we had some of our students talk earlier, the wellness centers are being built and completed on our campuses, and we talked to some of our administrators, and they said our counselors are pretty busy right now with our students, working with the social emotional supports of being back to school full time, and so that seems to be a success for us. We have rolled out some of our first universal screeners for social emotional learning. Some of our students have been filling those out as a survey. The next, we have our All-Star Parent Support Program that kicked off, and this time I want to be able to introduce our homeless foster liaison, as she's the one who was in charge of the All-Star Parent Support Program kicking out, and if I could get her to come up and introduce herself. This is Jamie McLaughlin.
Hello, all. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm Jamie McLaughlin. I'm the homeless foster liaison for Chico Unified as the TOSA position. And I wanted to inform you a little bit about our All-Star Parent Program that we will be kicking out 2 rounds this school year. And our All-Star Parent Program was help funded through a grant who Nancy, our targeted case manager at Fairview, applied for and received for the community of Chico.
Wow, that's
And
great.
Chico Unified School District is helping support that program through different resources that we can allow to match funding so that we can make sure that parents have food, have childcare, all their needs met so that they can attend these programs. The programs are for 13 sessions. The first round will start in October, with the second round starting in January. Within the 13 sessions, there will be 3 presentations at 3 different school sites. 2 will be held in the PM, 1 in English and 1 in Spanish, and 1 will be held in the AM, 1 is in Spanish, so that we can maximize our reach towards parents in need and accommodate those who have English and Spanish-speaking families at home. Also, I wanted to let you know that on our agenda is to roll out a homeless presentation, working with the E-House and the families that live at E-House in Phase 1 and Phase 2 to provide them with the same training. The training is Raising Highly Capable Kids, and I want to let you know that we trained 22 people this last month, and of those, all of our targeted case managers have been trained, and we also had community members trained as well to help support the program because it is a community-based grant. And they made a lovely flyer, which I can email to you guys, and I would also love to email you a calendar invite to all the parent All-Star Program trainings, so that way if you did want to attend and see what it was all about, we would love to have you there. Any questions?
I don't have a question, but I have a kudo. I don't know if everyone saw the Facebook post with the picture of some kiddos that were out at the airport official resting center. And by the time I got done looking at the Facebook post and picking up the phone and making a couple calls, found out you already had those kids enrolled. And so I appreciate the work you're doing to reach out to our homeless, our seriously homeless
Yes.
kiddos. And as far as I heard, the ones we are aware of are
Yes.
all in school.
They're all in school, and not only have we provided them school enrollment, but also making sure that they have internet capabilities so that they can be successful in school as well.
Great.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie.
Yeah, really.
Thank you.
I can only tell you that we were very happy that we stole her from Orland. I believe when she finished her interview, she said she had some more questions, but we didn't allow her to ask us any. But we called her, I think, before she even got home. She jumped right into the position very quickly, jumped on the hot spot, so we made sure that we had the families that needed them and what didn't need them anymore to get them done. But she's just done a wonderful job, and she's been a great addition to our Ed Services team. So thank you, Jamie.
Great.
Another one of our successes, again, it's been it was a challenge early on as our modified quarantine, home quarantine, et cetera, process and vaccination status. Just to give you some of example, one of our high schools that was at a peak time for how many kids were being quarantined. At that point, we surveyed, or actually Mr. Shepard gave me the numbers, so I want to make sure I give you the props for that. But we had 85% of our students that were vaccinated or on modified quarantine attending school. 15% were on the 10-day quarantine. So at that point, we had 85% of our kids still in school that were quarantined. So that's a huge difference from the year before when everybody was at home quarantined. Our students are still coming to school on that. At one of the elementary schools that was at the time was our highest level of students that were being quarantined. It was about a 50-50 split that they were using a modified versus the homeschool, and we continue to see a trend on that. Also, if I could get Mr. Vincent to show the graph that is now on our dashboard that so eloquently Ms. Smith has developed for us. As you can see, we've had a downward trend of students testing positive in our district, and the blue one is our students, and I believe that's red because I have new contacts and they're not working very good, is our staff numbers. So you can see we've had a downward trend. I don't want to spoil that. I'm going to knock on wood that continued. And I want to let you know today, as Ms. Keene told me, that neither one of our high schools had any students test positive. So that's, I believe, one of our first days that our high schools have not had any. So again, I want to make sure I have not jinxed us in any way on that.
Yeah,
so
really.
that has been a success for us. Along those success, oh, sorry, we had a question?
Well,
Kathy?
just a comment. We were told of the individual who we could call on the school about whether we needed to quarantine two elementary kids because of their mother's exposure. And it was really good information, and we were able to not have to do that, and because the contagion point was not valid. So it was really, really positive to get that information.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Okay, if we could go, and then I want to, another success is adding our COVID staff. If we could click on that link too, right there. So what we've added, one, we have an LVN, Debbie Campos, who manages our COVID hotline. So she's continuing to do that, and we've worked a way that we could work with her to make sure that we can continue to have her do that. Also, I want to we added also 2 8-hour itinerant people, one on each one of our high schools right now to help with the contact tracing. Today was their first day, and I think that was a good positive that they showed up today in our 2 high schools to make those contact tracing, and we did not have any cases today to do any contact tracing. But there are itinerant employees, so they can go to another school site to help make those phone calls. They've been trained to do that, so that'll help support our schools in that way. And I have another young lady in our audience that I want to introduce. She is, last year she was a second grade teacher at Sierra View, and this year she was going to be a reading specialist at Neil Dow. Well, we stole her. She's in the admin program right now at Chico State, and she's very organized. She's very techie. So we called her and asked her to be our new COVID person that will help take that load off of Tina and Erica when we're posting everything on her thing, because they have other jobs that they need to be doing. So we were able to steal her. So if I can have Michelle Bunch stand up.
All right, Michelle.
And thank you. So she'll be starting with that on that. So we are very excited to have her working side by side with that. And that will help, again, like I said, Tina and Erica be able to do the other jobs that they're supposed to be doing. And so we're very excited to add her to our team. So thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, another success, Oak Ridge. It's not part of the COVID, but Oak Ridge has received their county district school CDS code, so they are now their own site. Before them, if you guys remember, they were under the Oakdale. Now the Oak Ridge has their own CDS code. Their enrollment right now is K-5 is 95 students, and 6 through 12 is 140. And we have 48 concurrently enrolled between 2 schools. So their numbers, we've had to continue to add staff, and they continue to meet the needs of those students. Other successes, sorry.
Mr. Tanis?
Mr. Marchand, can you you probably have explained this to me before, but the concurrent enrollment?
So that a student could be enrolled at PV for part of their periods of the day and be enrolled at Oak Ridge. So they can go 2 periods at PV and 4 periods at Oak Ridge, or 5 and 1. So they can go to both schools and be able to take classes at both schools at the same time.
And what are the common reasons for that?
Some want to excel at Oak Ridge and take off. We've discussed this before. We have kids that excel in some of our math classes, so they can do that. But they also want to take band, which we don't offer at Oak Ridge, or ag department and those types of things. So they want to have those connections still with the school that we don't offer it at Oak Ridge, but they could take their other classes online, which allows them to possibly work and still have those other classes on their campuses. Traditional setting, that's a perfect segue into that. Secondary, we give successes, band, choir, club days, as you've seen some of the students today talk about that, and athletics. Elementary, again, it has their fine arts and their PE and their music programs that have started all back up this year. So those are all successes, we believe. All right, challenges. Some of, again, we just talked about why we were hiring different people. Admin, office staff, COVID challenges. So early on, when we were getting high numbers, especially at Pleasant Valley High School, they're having to contact a lot of families at night. It was taking a lot of times to do the contact tracing. They have now pretty much got that dialed in, and plus the people that we've offered support with. But again, that was a challenge early on. Retraining students and staff for full day schedule. Again, our staff and our students being in full classes, full-size classes all day. Again, we've had to be there for them because they've been getting tired towards the end of the day, and so have our staff. I know our staff worked full days last year, but this time they're full classes all day long, and so we've had to, again, work through those challenges. Co and extracurricular activity inclusion. That's been an interesting one through the modified quarantines that we've had to work through about kids being able to not participate in extracurricular activities if they've had exposure. So we've been working through the health department, and again, we've had some positives with that, where they have now shortened the timeline. Before it was 10 days, and I believe we're down to 8 days if they get through if they get 2 negative tests. So that's been the learning losses. We go through our assessments, especially at the elementary level, that we've been doing, and Mr. Sullivan and all the teachers, and they've been doing their initial assessments have shown, as we feared, and that's why we were doing the summer academies and all the other programs that we had during the summer and the tutoring programs. But there was a learning loss of our kids missing the schools between the fire and the pandemic. So we're getting them caught up. We have hired reading specialists. We are starting our tutoring programs. We will continue to do summer academies and those types of things to try to get our kids caught up. But the reality is we've had some learning loss for our students, and so that's been a challenge to try to get them caught up as quickly as possible. And independence. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
What metrics are we using to assess or quantify that right now?
I'll let Mr. Sullivan come up and explain the BAS test and all the other acronyms that he always tells me that we're doing on our.
We're definitely seeing it, like Mr. Marchand said. In the elementary world, we do some very basic kind of reading screening tests, everything from alphabet. It's called a BAS test or a BPST, Basic Phonics Skills Test. So they're looking at, do they know letters, sounds, blends, and so they kind of come up with a number. So we took our numbers this year and kind of went back 2 years of 2019 and kind of said, where were we at baseline for the first year or at this point in the year? We compared it to where we are this year with K, 1, and 2 and kind of did a reference check. It's a good half year off from where things were as far as where we would expect them to see and what we've seen in years past with it.
This is on a kid-by-kid basis?
It is. Each kid is individually assessed, so we kind of get a sense of where they are. It's actually a really good sense of where they are, and it kind of gives teachers information to know how to drive their reading instruction also. So when you see kids in small reading groups, like the group of 4 or 5 they're sitting with that teacher right now, often have a common kind of need. They don't know the blends yet. They don't know kind of the syllables yet with those things. So they're sitting in kind of common groups during that instruction time.
And the assessment's being done by their teacher or by one of the resources?
Mix. A lot of teachers are very much expecting, they want to do it themselves is very typical, but there's also support staff at the school sites that'll help with it also. It takes a little chunk of time to do some of those things. BPST is It's the same for everybody, but a BAS test is a little bit more of a reading fluency test. So it could take kids 45 minutes to do a BAS test if they're scoring really high, because they keep going up to different levels kind of thing.
And do we have that data?
Yep.
Vast?
We could go back multiple years if you'd like to look at those kinds of things.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Karas?
Just like to take a moment to address secondary measuring learning loss. I'll start at the junior highs. We have given the iReady Math assessment over the years, and we continue to do that, and STAR reading as well to get text levels. At the high school level, we went a new route this year that I'm really excited about, that we'll be talking it over with DLC and the math departments, but they're administering the diagnostic placement evaluation test. They have administered it. Because it is new to us, we're still training up staff and analyzing the data that came out of that. Currently for high school English, we do not have a universal screener at the beginning of the year in place across the board. So that's, as of right now, that's dependent on teacher evaluation of where they should expect students coming into various courses. However, continuing on as late as a couple hours ago with the English DLC group, discussions have been happening this year about universal screening practices at the high school in the realm of English as well. So our hope is to have those in place by the beginning of next year. We'll still give our traditional common assessments throughout the year, and of course teachers are assessing formatively throughout their year as well as normal. Kaylin?
Is that probably or particularly because usually SBAC scores are used as that kind of marker for student growth? So there isn't some kind of, I just would expect that we would have already figured that out by now, how to, be testing, since we know we don't have traditional ways to, evaluate progress in learning. So I feel like we're a little bit behind there when it comes to high school English.
So we've come a long way in high school English over the past 4 or 5 years, a long way. With the move to MTSS, and that was the topic of discussion today at the English DLC, we working within that framework, we do not have a universal screener in place. The way we discuss and roll out assessments, we need DLC buy-in to and planning. We need the principals on board, and we need departments on board. So it's not a fast process, and what we found is that it's better to move slower on the front to move faster later.
Yes, we've learned that by experience. So I guess what I'm wondering is, because if my memory serves me correctly, we were pretty clear as a board last year that we needed to have alternative ways in place to track students' learning progression, because we don't have these state tests to really rely on anymore for a couple of years worth of data. So is it just that's how slow the process has been going, or that was just, now is just getting started?
The conversation began at the end of last year and has continued and gained momentum today once again. We're not ready to. It's a different animal at the high school level with the variety of courses, the wider span of courses, and we just simply haven't been there yet. So.
Do we know what other districts are doing to address the same thing? So we're not, working in isolation here.
We do, to a certain degree. We know the popular universal screeners that are out there and available. So far, nothing has met our needs.
Okay. So maybe for all three of you fellows, I have a sticking point with this concept of learning loss. I don't like the term. I don't like the way that it gets used. I know that we've talked more about a positive phrase, which is learning recovery. And also the term loss indicates that students are losing something they've already learned. You know, saying learning loss sounds like they're actually losing their learning, literally, but I know that's not what we're actually talking about here. So I don't know if it would be more appropriate to refer to it as learning delayed, since they're not in a place where we would expect them to be progress-wise, but they haven't lost learning unless they've actually like slipped backwards, which also does happen, I know. So I want to maybe just be able to say that out loud, like we should probably acknowledge that students aren't necessarily didn't lose their learning. They just didn't get as much learning maybe as they would have in a regular year.
No.
Thank you. So, and I would just want to clarify, maybe I missed something here. What I'm hearing is we don't have any hard data about where our high school students are at this point compared to.
In English right now.
But we do have that information in math?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't know how to, our teachers have not been trained in analyzing that data to this point.
So, and I'm not trying to attack you, but at this point, we don't have numbers that we can say, yes, the students are this much further behind in math than they were 2 years ago.
Correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Kaiser?
I don't know if it's beating the dog, but the same stick of when we see that a student is struggling in math, the second part of the question is what kind of preparation or re-experiencing would work. And from research that we're seeing is that for a lot of kids with math, repetitive repeating of the questions, the answers don't really work. And it's this conceptual framework of kids being kinetic, imagery, responsive. And so it's a different way of approaching math, especially if they're dyslexic. That's really where it shows up. So I would hope that as we look at these ways of recouping a content that builds on itself and becomes even more important, that we would also be looking at other ways of presenting the material.
Certainly, and that is the work that we described last spring and during the LCAP process in particular, with the district-wide focus on MTSS. And part of MTSS, a big part, is that tier 1, that instruction that every student gets every day. And UDL fits into exactly, Universal Design for Learning, I'm sorry. Those concepts fit directly into what you're talking about. That is the work of the MTSS group, that is the work of DLC, and that's the direction set forth by the board via our LCAP last June. Just one more thing, real quick. The other complexity with math, just as one example, is the scheduling of the interventions and what those look like. So that's another big piece of what those groups will be working on.
Mr. Tennis, did you have a question on this?
My comments are still related to this too. I'm not going to move on.
Okay.
I just want to add that I don't want anyone in the public or the board to think that we're just focusing on summative assessments. We're extremely focused on formative, everyday teacher assessments with students in the classroom. We've said all along that that's our strongest tool, and it really is. So I don't want the board or the public to think that we're not focusing on the everyday formative assessing that's going on with those professionals in those rooms with those students who have had history with those programs. There is training happening. We had a district-wide staff development day yesterday, and we had our math and English departments working together to analyze data. The data was formative in nature. So I just don't want the board or our public to think that there's just a focus on summative assessments, once a semester, once a grading period. That formative assessing is happening every day.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I think it sounded like we weren't doing assessments over the course of the last year, and we've worked really hard to have common assessments in place. Tim is talking about a screener, a universal
Correct.
screener for all students, which is a different mechanism, but we do have our common assessments.
I think that clarification is important, and especially when we use the term learning loss, because it is such a hot term to use. It can be turned against the district in a really ugly way, and that was my only purpose for even going down that route of questioning. Is we have to be really careful about talking about learning loss and how it's being assessed, but really students are learning every single day, and as a teacher, I personally know that you see your growth in your students on a daily basis, and that's what matters right now. And so I think that focusing more on learning growth or learning recovery or any kind of positive affect is important. And if we're going to mention learning loss, it should be more about what are we doing to re-engage and re-energize our students, and we'll see an exponential shift in our kids for sure. I have no doubt that they're going to bounce back and probably be back on track by the end of the year in most cases, because of that daily check-in and teachers tracking on a daily basis with formative assessment.
That ties back up to number 2. Retraining students, retraining the protocols, the processes, all those things that are happening. I walked into a classroom at Bidwell yesterday, and I was handed a daily lesson plan by a veteran teacher that was directly tied to the standards. So that is happening. It's happening every day.
Mr. Tennis?
I just want to say that I don't agree with some of what's been said. I do think that learning loss is bad. I think that when our students learn things and then forget them over the course of summer vacation or through long absences from school or from a normal schedule, I think that's a bad thing, and I think we as a district need to try to mitigate those problems, which is how this presentation started, and I appreciate what we're doing on the staff level to try to mitigate those problems. I think explaining away the concept of learning loss is not going to help any child at all.
My point being on that is just that it sounds negative, and I don't think that students need to hear that there's learning loss happening, because it is a negative impact on student mental capacity for how they're being treated. That's why I have an issue with the term learning loss.
Back to our presentation.
Okay, Mr. Marshall.
Okay, thank you. One of the lots of challenges I want to talk about is, and I'm going to talk about one, then I'll have Ms. Olson come up and talk about independent study challenges with special ed. But I'm going to talk about a short-term independent study. When we put a kid out on, they take a 10-day quarantine at home, we lose average daily attendance, ADA, for that. So when we say that we have 12,000 students, we're just, I think, a few under that right now. That's not what we get paid on. We get paid on the percentage of those students attending school. So normally our budget's put off of 95.5% of attendance rate. But when we have sending kids home or kids are staying home because of quarantine, we're losing that percentage starts to drop. What educational code allows us to do is it allows us to go up to 15 days of short-term independent study for one student per year. So even though we're sending home the work home with our students when they go home for quarantine for that 10 days, what we want to start working on is sending home or electronically sending home for a signature a contract that says that by the parent signing it, we can recoup those days that they're gone. Some of the pushback on that is, the frustration is, we're sending them home, so why am I going to sign a short-term independent contract so you guys can just get paid, or the district to get paid? But what it does is, if we don't get that money, I just want to give you, if we drop below, we go down to 94%, that's a $5 million loss to our district. The state keeps that money. So we would love for our family to know that if they do sign that contract, that helps our ADA stay up higher. And that means that money gets funneled back to the district and not stay at the state level for that. So that'll be coming out. We're trying to, before in the days when families went out on vacation or their kid was going to be out sick for more than the 3 days, we could put them on a short-term contract. And then we would have the parents sign it. Then we'd go around each teacher, have them sign it, get the work. We're already giving the work because the kids are going home. We're just going to try to figure out electronic way that we can do a signature electronically, send it home through Parent Square, have it sent back, or through our Aries communication. We're working through that with Mr. Karras and his fine team about trying to shore that up. I just want to let the community know that's what those contracts are for. We can go up to 15 days per ed code, but that's as far as we can go. But every little bit helps when it comes to our percentage rate. So that's a challenge. And Ms. Olson, you want to talk about the challenge of special ed?
Hi, thank you for listening to us and all of this. From the special ed perspective, really want to thank my partners in general education, John and Ted and all the ed services, because they laid the groundwork from where I have to build every single individual student's plan. Right now we have 1,968 students in special education in the district. We have 110 pending. That means they're being evaluated to become part of the special ed. We've had, and I don't have the exact number, but we've had a huge percentage move in this year, higher than I've ever seen before. Usually this time of year, we're around 1,600 students with our pending and eligible students. So it's a large group of students, and it ranges from students that have very minimal needs. They just need help with their organizational skills, their executive functioning, so that they can get the work done every day, so that they can plan every day. And so that takes a minimal amount of time and support for those students. And they can be successful in all of the programs that my general ed partners have created. And so they access all the same independent study programs that general ed students do. However, we do have a lot of students that have more moderate disabilities or moderate severe disabilities. And those students could be anywhere on a diploma track that is not H through G requirements, in other words, not college preparatory. And they don't do well on Edgenuity and self-paced programs. We also have those students with moderate severe disabilities that are medically fragile or can't be in the classroom right now due to not being able to be vaccinated. And many of the mod severes can't be masked due to their disabilities. So many parents are asking for some of the same independent study programs that we have in general education. So our team, my coordinators, and I have been tasked with finding other ways to provide and offer free and appropriate education to special education students. That's called FAPE. And we have to meet with every single family that would like to go into a specialized, we're calling it a specialized independent program. And we're developing this as we go along, just as our general ed partners are developing their plans. They get their plans in place. I have to wait for those to be in place to develop this plan to meet the needs of those students that cannot be in the classroom. And so the challenge was figuring out how to do that. Also continue to offer FAPE, free and appropriate public education, while they make progress on their goals. And it's different for every single one of those students. So we do have a plan in place now. We do have some descriptions, protocols, and processes to do that. And we do have students already starting in on those plans. But that has been a challenge within the special ed side of the house. And again, I really appreciate everything the rest of the team has been doing, because without their plans in place first, I have nowhere to go. So it's very helpful, and it's a great collaborative team in order to get these things in place. Any questions on that?
I always wonder about 504s. We kind of leave them out of the conversation, and they're a very critical group. So
504 students are general education students. They're in what's called ADA, which is Americans Disability Act. They're covered under that. And generally, those students are able to access everything in general ed and typically are capable of graduating A through G requirements, college prep ready. And so those students fall into the idea of that they could access every program with some supports that are not the level of special education supports. For example, they might need teachers to understand that they need a little bit longer to turn in some work, or they might need their assignments chunked in different ways. Those are just accommodations that a classroom teacher can do on a daily basis. In special ed, we look for those accommodations that need more intensive supports, maybe teaching of general ed teachers or special ed teachers of how to do those supports. And so 504s, they are considered with those plans when they ask for some of this other independent study type work. That plan follows them into that program.
I also want to let you know, Dr. Kaiser, on yesterday's Professional Development Day, we did offer some 504 training.
Good.
Yeah, we're training all the counselors. We got half of them done yesterday, and then the other half will be done at the counselors meeting that we hold. We have a monthly counselors meeting with the elementary counselors.
Okay.
I missed a number at the beginning of your talk. I heard the number that you gave for a typical year of pending enrollments into the program, but what's this year versus what's normal?
Right now, we have a total of 1,968, and that's 110 of those are pending students.
And you said that's higher than a typical year.
Yeah.
What's like ballpark typical year?
And I don't know, Jacqueline, Kevin would throw this number at me right away, but I don't know if you're there yet.
Hey, don't put her on the
around 14
spotlight.
to 1,600 on CalPADS Day.
Yeah, between 1,600 and 1,800.
16 and 1,800.
Okay, yeah, a few hundred more. That's a lot.
Yes.
That's a lot. I know that our SPED teachers and staff are working really, really hard right now.
Every single one of our programs is full right now. And I have 2 openings, and challenges. I have 2 openings that I have not been able to fill yet.
Thank you.
Okay, next steps, my last, let's see if I can get there. There we go.
Really quick
Yeah,
on that
go ahead.
last slide. I just wanted to remind everybody in the public that staff was on a full day schedule last year.
Correct.
I just didn't like how they were on the same line as if staff wasn't on a full day schedule last year.
Oh, no, they were.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But I want everybody else to know.
Okay, next steps. One of the things that Tim Karras and his group in the back room of the server room are developing an automatic COVID close contact process. So right now, if they're going, let's say we have a child that's been identified as testing positive, then they go out and do the contact tracing. At that point, the families will be notified of the close contact. But what we'll be pushing out is, and I'm giving you the short version, that they'll be pushing an automatic through Parent Square. If they're going to be choosing, if they're vaccinated, they get to go right back to school as long as they're not showing symptoms. If they're going to choose modified quarantine, they're going to click on that box, and then they will get every day after that something to the fact that they're going to attest that their child is feeling well and they're getting their child tested. And so if they click on those boxes that their child's feeling well, the child can go straight to class. Now, if they don't click on it, we'll get the list of those students that are unmodified, then they'll be called in and they will do a wellness check in the office. Right now, the students just have to come in and get lined up to see if to do a wellness check. But we're having the parents attest that their child is feeling well and then go straight to class. And also, or they can, at that thing, click that they're going to take the 10-day quarantine, and then we will know to be able to get the work home for their student. So that'll be a change, and that'll be coming out in the next few days. Along that lines is a third bullet to continue progress towards more parent participation in Parent Square, because that's going to be pushed out on that. So we have our target case managers making those calls to the few families that are not signed up for Parent Square, because we need to make sure that they're all signed up, so they're making those phone calls for them. Also, our next step is to continue to do our regular SEL surveys at all levels. What those do, they give us a quick pulse on how kids are doing on the campus and how they're feeling social and emotionally, so our counselors get a better feel of what they need to be doing on their campus sites. So those are short, quick surveys the kids do on the SEL.
Question, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify about the close contact process. So the part you're automating is the contacting of parents to let them know that they've had a student who may have been in proximity.
We will be contacting them, but we also they will be getting generated this form that shows from then on which one they're choosing. So, go ahead.
Will the Parent Square be the only way that they're being contacted?
Yeah.
Initially, yes. they will also be referred if they have questions to resources regarding ways to get answers.
That makes me a little uncomfortable, honestly. Plenty of parents don't pay a real good attention to what comes in through Parent Square, and leaving our contact tracing efforts just to an automated system that people are already used to kind of seeing and frankly sometimes ignoring in their inbox. And people don't just always check their email.
Well, again, if they don't click on which one they're taking, if they're vaccinated, or if they're choosing modified, or if they're choosing the 10-day, then the school will contact the family. That we see that you have not chosen which box, then we will make contact at that time.
How long do we anticipate that delay being between when they don't respond and when we call them?
They'll be able to respond to, like, say there's a close contact on a Monday.
Okay.
Monday evening, they'll be able to respond. Tuesday morning, they will get a phone call from the school.
So if they haven't responded,
right?
okay.
Yeah, by that morning,
Okay.
they'll get a list, the office staff
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, we recognize it's gonna take people getting used to it, but
Yeah.
what was happening is the sheer number of phone calls
Gotcha.
coming
Okay.
out of
Well,
an
and not
office.
making contacts via phone either, because
Right.
a lot of times.
I just don't
people
want
answer
the
their phone.
people ignoring, their email to lead to any potentially.
No, there's gonna be a lot of
Yes.
follow-up,
All right.
especially at the beginning via phone.
Thank you.
Is this taking any kind of wellness check, I guess, away from our healthcare professionals on campus? I'm a little worried about the automated system being, being a screening through parents rather than a screening through our health staff.
Right, again, offices are impacted tremendously. And whatever we can do to lessen that line the next morning of kids lining up to be screened, we're ready for that. And parents are able to attest that their child has passed this, they're not showing any COVID symptoms prior to coming to school. Right.
Yeah, I'm not super comfortable with it either, actually. To no fault of any parent individually, parents send their kids sick to school all the time. I mean, I've had middle school boys passing water bottles between each other so they could get each other sick. Like, middle schoolers are gross. Love them to death. They're my favorite. Don't get me wrong, but my classroom always stank, right? But that being said, I just don't think that it is where we're at with COVID right now in this community, which is the worst it's been in the entire pandemic. I don't know if it's a really good idea to put that screening process into our parents' hands for parents who, may be working 2 jobs and are really worn out and they just don't want to deal with or they don't have the capacity to deal with that extra layer. And I don't mean to discount the parent's ability to parent, but it is a reality for some folks. And I just would feel better to know that, it sucks that we're impacted so bad right now, and who knows what direction the state's about to go in. And we just need to stay the course and be diligent and make sure that everybody is safe coming onto campus. That's me as an individual sitting up here saying that. Did you want to comment on something that I said?
No.
No, behind, Jamie. Yeah, Jamie raised her hand. Okay.
Any more questions?
And that will do it for our presentation. If we have any more questions along our presentation tonight.
And I just wanted to clarify, the reason we did this presentation is we want to be very upfront, clear, honest about the things that are going well as we're back in school in a more traditional setting, but also the challenges that we're facing by the ever-changing conditions that are happening. And, we've had things come at us literally the day before teachers came back. We had the news about the required vaccination. Changing rules in quarantining. They're changing weekly almost on now we know we can bring them back on day 8. Okay, we didn't know that before. That was a new change. So really staying on our toes, but that is a challenge to turn a system with 12,000 students, 1,500 staff on a 24-hour notice. That's tough to do sometimes. And so we just want to be honest about that. Here's the challenges we're facing, but there's still tremendous success that are happening every single day for the kids in Chico Unified.
Ms. Dalby?
I did have one more question that's pertaining to the state of our schools right now. And it's kind of a good segue, that discussion, which is the fact that there is huge rising concern about COVID right now in this community. Enloe Hospital is starting to ration COVID treatments. Who knows where the state may go with mandates now that the recall election is done. And I would like to know, and maybe you're not prepared to present on it today necessarily, but how prepared is each school site to switch to a modified schedule should we have a rapid shift in COVID restrictions in this state?
So we have certainly had conversations about that, and we've had conversations with our principals that, you know, we need to be flexible and ready to move however the state moves. And, you know, certainly that did happen last year. However, I think the move to a modified traditional is going to be a tricky one, because right now the state has no mechanism by which to allow that or fund that. So they've been very clear that you have to have every parent agree to independent study if they're going to do distance learning. They took distance learning options completely off the table, and have been, you know, clearly stating over and over that they want kids in school full time. So there would have to be some legislative changes, which usually takes some time, so to give us some time to do that. But I did ask our principals and ask the principals at the high school, because those are the biggest ones. You've got 2,000 kids at each high school that you've got to redo schedules for. And, you know, their response is, yes, we can do it. It would probably take us 2 days to get that done at least, because we're going to have to go through and make sure all the kids get, so they're aligned with siblings and all the things that happened when we went down that path before. But I also want to be really careful about alarming people about that, about, you know, that maybe being a possibility, because I know there are real strong feelings about having kids in school.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have to do it, we will do it. We have that written into our return to school plan. We have negotiated with the union where we have options for online only. We have options for a modified traditional. And then, of course, we have what we're currently in, which is the full day schedule. So, you know, those bases are covered. The logistics of it, without a doubt, we'll take a little bit of time if we have to go that route.
Yeah, I want to make it really clear that everybody wants to hope for the best, you know, but you literally just said 3 minutes ago that things are changing week by week. And so, I know as a teacher in this district last year that those changes that happen that fast, it's a really hard shift to make if you're not fully prepared for it. And that is part of why I joined this board, you know. And so there's the language about, you know, doing a full day schedule but A day, B day, which it hasn't been, you know, decided on if we had to go. I'm worried about, you know, us finding out tomorrow that we have to go to a distanced, you know, fully distanced learning model by Monday. I'm like doomsday prepper, worst case scenario here. I do not want that to happen. I do not want to have to like have a special board meeting and get yelled at and spit on and all of those things. Like nobody wants that. You know, I just want to make sure that our staff and students will be in the best place possible as far as preparing for the worst case scenario goes, that it would be a reasonably smooth switch, if that makes sense. And I'm super sorry to have to even like talk about this, but things look really bad right now. It's twice as bad as it was this time last year. Way more people are dying.
Our numbers are dropping, which is
our district numbers are dropping, but how about
county numbers are as well?
The county numbers are as well?
Yeah.
Okay, because they definitely were still going up last week.
Yeah, we're tracking those, and in fact, I think Erica put that on our dashboard where we show the alignment between our schools are a microcosm of our community, and what happens in our community happens in our schools, and that's no surprise. I do want to address the AM/PM versus AB. So for Chico High School, because they're on the schedule that they have adopted, they cannot do an AM/PM. And so that could create some, I mean, I'm sorry, they cannot do an AB. They could
Right,
only
they are
do an
already at
AB.
A-Day,
They are
B-Day,
already,
yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
So they would see their students every 4 days. So you have kids that are feeding into that could potentially be on different schedules. So I think we need to be cautious about that, and the fact that we know AM, PM, if we have to go to a modified schedule, which, I mean, I sincerely hope we don't have to do. We need our kids in school, we need them with our staff, we need them here full day. If we have to make that change, I think our recommendation to the board would be to go with what we know and what we've experienced and what our teachers have already done, which would be the AM, PM, and hope that that's for a short period of time. So just knowing that Chico High is not going to be able to do
Yeah, I think that, and this is, you know, hopefully not in any kind of, this is no kind of like discussion, but the reason that A-Day, B-Day was written in as a possibility is because, especially at the middle school and elementary school level, parents needed their kids in school for a full day to help with their work schedules. And it helped our teachers, who are also parents, with their work schedules and, you know, drop off, pick up and all of that. I feel like we could, as a board, probably figure out how to do something different at the middle school and elementary school levels versus the high school levels. I think that we have that capability too. So just putting that out there since you put that out there as well.
Board members, do you have any additional questions? Do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment.
Thank you. Okay, this was an informational only item, so no motion is required. We'll move into business services and
Madam President, if we could take like a 3-minute break, we need to restart the Zoom. We've lost our volume
we've
on
lost
Zoom again.
our online Zoom.
We've
Yes.
lost our audio. Yeah.
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break.
are voters of Chico. Back in 2016, last month we did issue the last 52 million of the 152 million that was authorized by the voters. So we have Makiko Sato online from ISM Advisors, who will be presenting the information regarding kind of an overview of the bond program as a whole, as well as this last Series C issuance.
And Makiko, if you lose the audio, we will email you the questions from the board.
Got it, thank you.
Ah, there you go.
Right, is the presentation, can someone pull up the presentation? All right. I can't hear anything, but I'm going to go ahead and present and assume that you guys can hear me. Board President Robinson, members of the board, Superintendent Daly, Cabinet, and members of the public, thank you very much for this opportunity to make this presentation. The board approved 2 resolutions earlier in June, one for the issuance of the 3rd and final series of bonds from the Measure K authorization, and another resolution authorizing the issuance of refunding bonds. So we wanted to provide the results to the board. And since the Series C bonds was the last issuance from the Measure K program, we wanted to do a little bit of a wrap up. So moving on to slide 3. The following, great, thank you. The Chico community has supported the district general obligation bond programs. The most recent bond elections were in 2012 and 2016. November 2012, district voters approved Measure E for a total of 78 million. Of the 78 million, 33 million remains unissued from the 2012 Measure E authorization. And in November of 2016, the district voters approved Measure K, which was a $152 million bond measure with 71% voter support. And now the district has issued all of the authorization. Next slide, please. So one metric that we look at to evaluate the bond program is repayment ratio. The repayment ratio is a metric that we calculate. We take the total debt service for the bonds divided by the par amount of the bonds. Under education code for a school district, the maximum repayment ratio can be 4-to-1, meaning that if you issue 100 million in bonds, the total debt service can be as high as 400 million. When we designed the Measure K bond program, we wanted to target a far lower repayment ratio, as you can see on the table below. On average, for all the series of bonds, we were targeting about a 1.9-to-1 repayment ratio. When you look at the far right column, you'll see that the actual repayment ratio was significantly lower than that, at 1.52-to-1 when you average out all those different metrics. And just to give you an idea about what kind of impact that difference had on the overall interest expense on the Measure K bonds, the actual debt service on the bonds was about 40 million less than what we had told voters at the time of the election. So that's wonderful news. Moving on to slide 5. Next slide, please.
There you go.
Thank you. We also wanted to show the tax rate history for the district's bond program. And really, over the last 5 years, tax rates have been very stable. The tax rate target associated with the Measure E bond program and all prior bonds is $45.50 per $100,000 in assessed value. The tax rate target for the Measure K authorization is $60 per $100,000 in assessed value. So in total, based on what the district told voters at the time of the election, the tax rate associated with the bonds can be as high as $105 per $100,000 in assessed value. But as you can see in the graph below, the bond program tax rates have really stayed within $80 to $90 per $100,000 in assessed value over the last 5 years. I also wanted to thank the county, the Auditor Controller's Office, which has been we've been working very closely with them, and they've been much more willing to work with us to manage the overall tax burden on the community. At this point, before we move on to the next slide, I did want to kind of, commend the board and the district leadership, particularly Mr. Boltema and Ms. Kruger, in setting a clear vision for the Measure K bond program, so that the program generates funding for the projects, but also is implemented responsibly on the financing side. And I think the results are really a reflection of good planning and foresight. So on the next slide, please. So on this slide, I will note that some factors did very much move in our favor as we're implementing the bond program. One notable metric is the assessed valuations. And when you look at the bolded figures in that table below, since the Measure K authorization, there's been, very strong and consistent assessed valuation growth. It actually belies the fact that Chico community has gone through a lot of challenging years, but when you just look at the AV, it's been very consistent and strong growth. And that definitely helps us as we're implementing the bond program. Next slide, please. Also, municipal borrowing rates have stayed very low. Every time I make a presentation to the board, I always feel like, I say that we are at historically low interest rates. You can see that over the Series A, Series B, and Series C, the interest rates trended downward, which is also very helpful when we're issuing bonds. Next slide, please. And in this low interest rate environment, we took advantage of an opportunity to refund some of the existing outstanding bonds. The 2021 refunding bonds refunded the 2012 GO refunding bonds, which is in connection with the 1998 authorization, and the 2012 Measure E Series A bonds. When we made a presentation to the board in June, we were estimating the gross taxpayer savings to be about 2.3 million, or PV taxpayer savings of about 7.4%. And you'll see below in that table, the actual savings was significantly higher than that, actually more than double. So that the total gross taxpayer savings over time is 5.4 million. And the PV taxpayer savings as a percentage of the refunded PAR is 17.7%. I also wanted to highlight that for the refunding of the 2012 Series A bonds, we really worked hard to shorten the average life of the bonds. We shortened the final maturity from 2043 to 2041. And overall, the average life of the bonds was reduced from 17.2 years to 14.3 years. I also wanted to note that the Measure E program has some tax rate constraints. And to the extent possible, without extending the repayment term or increasing debt service in any year, we were targeting savings in years 24 to 26, where that program was most constrained. So great results there. And next slide, please. And this is a slide that I presented many times before. In 2016, the district created a plan to alternate between the two bond measures, Measure E and Measure K, so that the district would be able to fund the ongoing project needs while implementing the bond program responsibly. And, slowly but surely, we've actually, turned a lot of these plans to actuals. And moving forward, there's just that 33 million in authorization remaining from Measure E. And we are planning to issue that in 2026, but we'll continue to work with district staff to see if we can issue that a little bit sooner. And that is all for the first part of my presentation, so I'll pause there.
Are there any questions?
Makika, What is the expense to the district of having to have an election on a new bond issuance? Oh.
Is the question how much it would cost to place the bond measure on the ballot?
Right.
Yeah, so I'll have to look into that. It depends on, the election and how many other, measures are on the ballot and how many voters you have. So I'll need to reach out to the county to get a good estimate of that.
I thought that would be a potentially very significant component to looking at whether we would do lease financing or certificates of participation.
So Ms. Kaiser, that's actually the next
Okay.
agenda item. So we'll get to that in the next agenda item. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? No?
And I do apologize, this is very frustrating for all of us not to have the,
Are we aware of
audio
any public
capability.
comment, Kelly?
We do not have public comment on this item, we do on others.
Okay. This is informational only. Are we ready to move on to Oak Ridge facility leasing? Okay. Jacqueline?
Yes, so we're bringing forward some information this evening regarding the potential financing for a facility for our Oak Ridge program. The last couple of years, they have been located at the Chico Marketplace, formerly Chico Mall, and we are looking to secure them a permanent residency in a facility.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Sorry, it's a little confusing since the audio keeps coming out in and out, but thank you for your patience. So moving forward, we understand that the district is looking to purchase a property. The estimated financing need is estimated to be up to $2 million. Next slide, please. All right, great. So in terms of funding this need from a general fund backed financing, there are two main options: lease financing and certificates of participation. Lease financing and certificates of participation are both multi-year borrowings, but lease financings typically are a little bit shorter, 20 to 25 years, up to 20 to 25 years. Certificates of participation, or COPs, can have repayment terms of up to 30 to 40 years. The lease financing is very much like a loan where there is one lender that lends money to the district. And certificates of participation, it would be a public offering, a little bit closer to how bonds are sold, where multiple investors are involved. In order to repay this financing, the district has identified a portion of RDA pass-through funding that can be used. And the financing, currently, we're thinking about doing it on a taxable basis, since we understand that there may be private use issues, and rather than to split it into a non-taxable and a taxable portion, it would be just a little bit easier to have it all taxable. Currently, the difference in borrowing rates between the tax exempt and the taxable is not material, and just the taxable status will allow the district a little bit more flexibility. All right. The table on this slide summarizes the difference between the two types of financing. I think we've covered most of these, but to highlight the third row down, with the lease financing, there's no preliminary official statement, no rating, and hence a lower upfront financing cost. It also doesn't require a reserve fund or surety. And there may be a little bit more flexibility in terms of the optional redemption provisions. The legal framework between the two are exactly the same. So overall, the decision point between a lease financing and certificates of participation, or COPs, it happens, right around $10 million, where the potential lower borrowing rates associated with the COP would offset the higher financing costs. In our case, given the size of the financing and the repayment term, the lease financing would likely be much more cost effective. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is to move forward with the lease financing. And as I mentioned, the advantages are the lower upfront financing costs, the streamlined issuance process, and possibly more flexible optional redemption features. On the table to the right, based on a par amount a little over 1.8 million, we're estimating a borrowing rate of approximately 2.25%, which would result in an estimated annual payment of about $210,000. The total debt service associated with this would be about $2 million. And we are planning to structure this with level debt service. Next slide, please. I believe the district is already familiar with the legal framework with the lease and COPs, since the district has a well-managed authority already in place. But I did want to show this diagram here. Given that a lease or COP financing, both of those are not voter approved, there is this legal construct that we use, which is a little bit more complicated than what we have for a GO bond. Essentially, this legal structure allows the debt service payments to be categorized as lease payments. This is a really established legal framework that is used by public entities throughout California. And in fact, this is the same legal framework that was used in some of the district's prior COP financings. Next slide, please. So this is the lease financing schedule. We are providing this presentation to the board tonight. We will then start soliciting responses, proposals from potential lenders. The board will consider a resolution authorizing the bond issuance or lease financing on October 6th. And shortly thereafter, a lender will be selected. And we are aiming to close in late October to coincide with the timing of the property purchase. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board for Makiko?
I just want to note how extremely positive financially our earlier bond sales have been, and I think we have, with the way we have used the money to improve our schools, really reinforced our commitment to the community to do the very best we can. So this seems like a very workable situation, and not having to go to an election expense seems really a big savings. So yes, I'm in favor.
Is there any public comment, Kelly, that we are aware of?
There's no public comment on this item.
Thank you. This is informational only. I don't think Makiko can hear us, but thank you, and that was informative. At least we know what we're doing. Thank you. Yeah, text her. Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
our next item is human resources, elimination of classified services. Mr. Hanlon.
Okay, so I'm looking for approval of Resolution 155021, elimination of 2 positions, locksmith and instructional paraprofessional. Just a note on the locksmith position, if you look at our new buildings, they're not lock and key anymore, they're electronic locks. So the old-time locksmith is slowly becoming obsolete. And this particular gentleman retired. So in looking for somebody who can do both, and as we move into the future, we expect all of our locks to become electronic and also tie into our security system, which is our cameras, we need a different skill set. So a new job description was created, and that position was hired, and this one has become obsolete. So we're asking to eliminate that.
Okay. Board questions? Mr. Tennis?
I'll move that we approve this resolution.
Okay,
Second.
we're going,
At
I'm
this-
going to
Oh.
ask if there's any public comment. Hold on. Kelly, anything?
There's no public comment on this.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr.
I'll
Tennis.
just briefly say, I think it's cool that we had a in-house locksmith. You know, that was cool. And this is the passing of an era. So,
Yeah.
you know, I'd like to give a shout out to all the locksmiths who are out there watching our meeting tonight on YouTube.
And we will continue to have one, so the replacement can do both, but has the other skill level of being able to program our electronic locks, which saves us a great deal of dollars when keys get lost and you have to rekey an entire site. All you got to do is change the code. Very easy, yeah.
Well, our locksmith that retired before you got here, Mr. Hanlon, Robin George, lives right behind me. I'll tell him his position has been upgraded.
It's been upgraded, yes, it has.
Made obsolete. Okay.
Upgraded is probably the nicer way to say it.
We have a motion, Mr. Tennis. Is there a second?
Yes, me.
Oh, okay, thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Any further discussion? No? Okay, all those in
I
favor?
just had a question, because I didn't even get to ask a question earlier. Just a clarification question for Jim. So the locksmith is a position that person retired, so it's not like somebody's about to lose their job.
Correct, in both these positions.
And that was my question.
We make
is-
every effort to never bring you something unless the position is already vacant.
Okay. So the instructional para at CHS is vacant currently?
Right,
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board, are we ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor of approving this layoff resolution number 1550-21 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Okay, thank you, board. The vote was unanimous. The next section, Mr. Hanlon, is also for another elimination of services under classified, resolution number 1551-21.
So a little explanation on this one. You recently hired Jacqueline Kruger to be our next assistant superintendent, so she vacates the position of business manager. When she was hired as director of fiscal services. So our intention is to replace the director of fiscal services, which is a lower level position than business manager. So that will continue to be on our salary schedule in case that person reaches the skill level of our new superintendent, assistant superintendent. But we anticipate that we'll start out the new person as director of fiscal services, which is a slightly lower position.
Any questions, board? No, hearing none, I'm ready for public comment.
There's no public comment.
No public comment. I'm ready for a motion, board.
I move 10.3.2.
I'll second.
I have a motion, Dr. Kaiser, a second from Member Dalby. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any noes? Okay, we were unanimous. Thank you, board. Okay, quickly, while everything is already still up and running, this next item is our second meeting and public hearing and informational on our implementation of district-based elections. Superintendent Staley?
Yes, as President Robinson mentioned, this is our second public hearing on the California Voters' Right Act. We will have a brief presentation by Rob Murray from King Consulting, and then we do have two speakers on this item.
Is somebody not muted?
Somebody's watching YouTube.
We're getting somebody to take that stage up here.
So there will be about a 10, 15.
All right, Board President Robinson, board members, Superintendent Staley, and
Madam Board
members of
President,
staff and the
this is
public.
Paul Gant.
Thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight for this incredibly important process of gathering public input on the community's ideas and priorities for creating trustee areas. This hearing is ultimately all about what the community has to say tonight. So I'd like to move straight to the hearing with your leave.
Okay, we do have, you'll need to open the public hearing, and we do have two people, both that are attending remotely, and Phil Morgan will reach out and call them.
Okay, I'm going to be calling Carl Oshner.
Where's that?
Is somebody unmuted on Zoom?
They are also watching the live stream, so they'll hear from the live stream.
Good evening, this is Carl Oxner. I'm a former CUSD parent and a former grandparent. My granddaughter graduated from Pleasant Valley in 2018. I was looking on the website and the agenda a little earlier this week, and I was actually looking for, see if there were any plans for special help for kids who are behind in math and reading. And while I was doing that, I found there's a lot happening with this district election, excuse me, changes to a district-based election, item 10.4.1. So I wanted to let you know that I would support creating districts that reflect different regions of our city and outlying areas, and I see that as a great way to get more grassroots involvement at the neighborhood level, and maybe even get some folks to step forward, get more involved with what's happening with the school district, and maybe even volunteer to run for election as school board members, which would be a good thing. I think that you've got to approach it as these things being set up for the future. So I really encourage you not to be thinking about defining the new districts to protect or exclude the seat of any current board member, because we need to be thinking 10, 20, 30 years down the road here. We've been doing a lot with our Rotary Club with the local elementary schools, and it really seems to me that if those districts could be cohesive and clustered around maybe existing elementary school catchment areas, I realize that's not always possible because you have 12 elementary schools and only 5 board seats, but to the extent that that could be done, and I would suggest that you not worry too much about average family income or ethnic composition. Those should be considered secondary and subordinate, and I think focusing again on geographic and neighborhood considerations. It's real important to get more people, and I think a greater variety of parents and local citizens to take more of an interest in what's going on with the school district. And it just seems to me like having their own representative from their part of town, being able to interact with their neighbors, et cetera, that's a great argument for going to districts that are, again, kind of the pie wedge map, and maybe clustered around existing neighborhoods, geographic areas, elementary schools. I want to thank you very much for letting me speak to this, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Madam President, I'm going to be calling Charles Gexter. voicemail.
Thank you. Okay, Kelly, did you want to run through the action schedule for what we're doing, or what's next on?
I'll go ahead and turn that back over to Rob to go through that.
Okay, can he hear us?
Probably not.
Can he hear us?
Yes, and I apology if there has been some delay since I can only hear you through the live stream. But yes, so having taken in the public input from the last two public hearings, we are now merely awaiting for the release of all of the census data, which actually might be as soon as tomorrow, but is guaranteed to be by the end of the month. And at which point I can begin in earnest composing those initial trustee area maps. Those will then be posted to the district website with enough advance of the next meeting, which is scheduled for later in October, such that the community will have time to process all of those. Thank you. So yes, by October 20th, we will then formally present those to the board, but the community and the board will have had the opportunity to review those so that we can hear again input on those maps and then have that opportunity to gauge how well they are meeting the expectations of the community in terms of meeting those priorities, criteria, and goals that have been identified.
We need to close the public hearing. So I'm going to officially close the public hearing. And is that the end of Rob's? Okay, that's the end of Rob's presentation. Board members, do you have any questions? Okay, our next meeting on this topic, as I mentioned, is October 20th. And that will be the presentation of the draft area maps. And did I hear correctly that the information will be populated into the system, the new census data, by then? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Madam President?
Yes.
I do have a question.
Yes.
That speaker mentioned.
And yes, that is correct. I can't say exactly when, but there will be definitely some significant lead time before that October 20th meeting when those initial maps are available for review before they're formally presented and discussed.
Mr. Kennis?
The speaker commenter mentioned possibly utilizing school boundaries to aid in creating the new districts.
Mm-hmm.
I would be curious to see that map included with any materials or raw materials, if you will, that we or the subcommittee will be looking at to build. Because I like that idea too. I think that if a school can be contained, district can be contained within, a trustee district, I think that makes a degree of sense.
If you look at what was created last time with the old census, we were able to at least group a couple of elementaries and junior highs and senior highs into, the district. So it does work to some extent, but because we're limited to keeping them balanced at about 14,000 voters per district, if I'm not mistaken, it gets a little tricky. But that was one of the main goals, was keeping those elementary school communities, together in one targeted district.
If it was a main goal, but you say there were only 2 schools that actually worked, I misunderstood you.
No, if you go on the CUSD website and look at the maps that were created last time,
Last time you're referring to 2020, or you're referring to
19.
once upon a time?
No, just before we got shut down in COVID in March of 2019.
Yeah, and they were presented at the last meeting. too.
Yeah, it was presented at the last meeting before we shut
Those-
down
yeah,
and
okay.
everything got put on hold, but they,
No, they were reviewed at the last meeting that Mr. Tennis wasn't able to attend because he was at his other, at the commission meeting. That's what happened. Our last meeting.
I
like
just
2
wanted to be
weeks
clear on whether you're referring to
Oh,
those
no, the-
2020 maps versus.
yeah.
ago.
well,
2020, yeah, the
both.
most recent, like, districting maps were from the 2020 discussion. Yeah, and these folks presented on that last time we met 2 weeks ago.
And they are on the
So
webpage.
it's in the agenda minutes, if you want to go back and look at those maps that were presented to us then.
So will we have a map of the elementary schools?
It's
provided?
all overlaid, yes.
there currently?
The school boundaries and everything were overlaid. I think the last board selected 3 or 4 different criteria. And we came up with districts in different colors to fit those criteria. And you overlay that right on top of the school boundaries. And you can see it's on the district website.
But we can also provide just a map of the school boundaries as well.
Oh,
if
yeah,
what you're asking.
that's also, but yet we did overlay it over the school boundaries. Okay, any other information that you'd like? Let's see, the hearing on draft maps and things, again, the feedback and selecting criteria on how we go about that is part of this ongoing process. Like, the last board did pull out things like, of course, the ethnic makeup of the community, the
Neighborhood identities.
yes, neighborhood identities, a number of different criteria, and we can keep those criteria, change them, add to them, expand them. It's, it's all going to happen in the process of setting those maps. Any other information? Okay, this is informational only. We'll be back, and as Rob said, the information should be to us well in front of the October 20th meeting. Okay. Yes.
Before you move off this
Yes.
item, I am scanning the background materials for the presentation,
Uh-huh.
and I don't see a map in here of the elementary schools. Am I missing something? See-
From the last meeting.
Yeah, from the last meeting.
Oh, it was,
No, there's a map in there that was created that utilized boundaries. So they didn't actually put.
And apologies if this is coming in a little delayed and possibly interrupting someone who's speaking after I could hear the live stream. But I do just want to acknowledge that in the previous go-around, specifically looking at elementary overlays was not one of the high priorities, and so that was not on the maps that were published. But I can absolutely include elementary boundary overlays with a summary of how many elementary schools are entirely contained within a trustee area, or which ones are split and by what percentage, as part of the analysis that accompanies all of the initial map options.
thank you, Rob.
He's like a jump and he says how high kind of person.
Trustee Tennis is happy with him. So.
He wants to deliver everything.
And,
Yeah.
and I would add, since we're hearing from members of the public, that is an important criteria that we'd certainly want to include that to the extent possible.
Thank you, Paul. No, that was Paul Gant. That was Paul. I recognize. Yeah. Okay, our next item on the agenda is discussion action, public appointment, Assistant Superintendent for Business Services. Kelly Staley.
Yes, we would like to present to the board let me grab this real quick. Jacqueline, do you have a copy of your contract handy? So we are presenting to the board a contract for Jacqueline Kruger to serve as Assistant Superintendent for Business Services. The term would be September 1, 2021 through and including June 30th, 2024. And we are required to report out the salary that would be on the contract to be approved by the board. And that number is $168,392.
And it's a 3-year contract.
It would be a 3-year contract.
Yes, thank you. Do you have any questions, board? Do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment.
Thank you. Oh, Dr. Kaiser?
I just want to say that the search for the appropriate candidate for Assistant Sup for Business Services was thorough and involved, and I think they've done an excellent job. Jacqueline has been a mainstay for our business services for a number of years, and I think we're really lucky to have gotten her as our final candidate. So thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. I'm ready for a motion to approve the hiring of Jacqueline Kruger.
I so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion from Dr. Kaiser, a second from Mr. Landau. No further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye, and I want to say that I would have made the motion too, just so you know.
Yes, people are getting slow with your buttons. Okay, that vote was unanimous. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Thank you, board.
And yes, and congratulations. Okay, next, public employment, superintendent.
So also on the agenda is a contract addendum for the position of superintendent, my position, and that is a 1-year extension. A copy of it is included in the board agenda, and it would extend it through 2024.
Thank you, Superintendent Staley. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Board, are we ready for a motion?
I so move 10.4.3, the extension of the contract of Superintendent Kelly Staley by 1 year to 2024.
Do we have a
second all
second?
that.
You what?
I'll second all that.
Oh.
Yes, Caitlin, thank you. Ms. Dalby, we have any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you, Kelly, for putting up with us. Okay, items from the floor, agenda item number 11, do we have any? No items from the floor. Okay, number 12, board members that have topics that they would like to bring forward for the consideration at future meetings. Anyone have a burning desire? Thank you, board. Okay, as I indicated, we needed, oh my goodness, I need another cupcake. The board is going to go back into closed session. We didn't finish in our first session. We do not anticipate being very long, and we will come out and announce any actions taken during our second closed session. So we are recessed again into closed session. Thank you. The board has been in closed session. We have no actions to report out, and the meeting is now adjourned.